This is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on March 20, 2023. The meeting is now called to order. It is 5 p.m. City Clerk, are there any public comments on the closed session items?
Mayor Casey, we did not receive any public comments for any of the closed session items.
City Attorney, can you please announce the closed session items?
Yes. Item number 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representatives. Administrative Services Director Casey Astorga. Employee Organizations, Service Employees International Union, Local 817. Hollister Firefighters Union, Local 3395. Hollister Mid-Management Association. Hollister Peace Officer Association, and unrepresented employees and classifications designated as executive management and confidential. 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Name of case, Robert Kane et al. V. City of Hollister, San Benito County Superior Court case number CU 2200087. Item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation per Government Code Section 54956.9. Significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9. 1 case. 4, conference with real property negotiators per Government Code Section 54956.8. Under negotiation, price and terms. Property is 190 Maple Street, Hollister, California, 95023. Agency negotiator, acting city manager Dave Maroney. Negotiating parties, Renee Coons. 5, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment / Employment, Title City Engineer. 6, Consultation of Public Employment, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title Acting / Interim City Manager. 7, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Title Interim City Manager.
May I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
I move.
Any seconds?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. ahead. Oh, we're just doing- All right, this is a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. The meeting is now called to order. It's 6:35 p.m. Councilmember Resendez, can you lead us in the pledge?
Ready, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Perez. Councilmember Resendez.
Here.
Councilmember Morales.
Here.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
And Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd like to announce that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister special and regular meetings of March 20th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on March 16th, 2023 at 4:37 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
City Attorney, or any reportable action from closed item?
Nothing to report right now, Mayor and Council, but I do want to note that we'll be going back into closed session at the end of the regular session.
So we're going to go to proclamations then. Dolores, did you want to? Right, the podium. So, do you want the soccer team to come down?
Yes, please.
You guys want to come down?
So this is a proclamation congratulating the Hollister Baylor girls soccer team on winning the 2023 California Interscholastic Federation's Northern California Division 5 Soccer Championships. Whereas on March 4th, 2023, the Hollister High School girls soccer team, the Hollister Baylors, made history, winning the California Interscholastic Federation's CIF Northern California Division 5 Soccer Championships. And whereas winning the CIF Northern California Division 5 Regionals brought honor and pride to the Hollister High School and to the city of Hollister. And whereas Hay Baylor head coach Becky Bonner, assisted by Katie Berryhill, Brittany Reynolds, and Chase Miguel, team members, faculty, and family were crucial in guiding the girls' soccer team to victory. And whereas the champion Hollister Hay Baylor players were Jessaira Allen, Saavedra Allen, Karen Alvaro Castillo, Trinity Arias, Captain Madison Cousins, Jaslyn Flores, Summer Forrest, Lauren Green, Captain Mackenzie Hackman, Jimena Heredia, Elisa Hernandez, Alexis Montoya, Morgan Ortiz, Samaya Rivera, Giselle Santayan, Sydney Stacy, Shellen Tamaras, Kylie Varnas, and Casey Yvonne. Now therefore, I, Dolores Morales, Vice Mayor of the City of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize the commitment of the Hollister Hay Baylor girls soccer team and congratulate them for their tremendous achievement in winning the CIF Northern California's Division 5 Regionals, the first ever and only CIF Northern California championship title in the school's history. In witness thereof, I hereunto set my hand, never mind. Congratulations. Just wanted to thank you. We are very proud of you.
Did any of you want a picture?
Yes.
Or you can get from here to pass on?
Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
Council members, any comments? Mr. Burns, would you like to start?
Thank you. Yes, amazing. Thank you. I know it's a lot of work, and you've made the entire city proud. Congratulations, ladies.
Congratulations. What an awesome endeavor. And thank you to all the parents for your guys' sacrifices, getting them out there to practice and everything. So these are the things we love to see. Come back anytime and congrats.
Councilmember Perez?
Now the whole state knows what Hollister's about, our Baylors. Good job, girls. Proud of you.
Vice Mayor, any comments?
Congratulations. We are super proud of you. Thanks for bringing the title and wonderful work, and of course, from the love and support of your family and school.
Awesome job, guys. All right, do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comment for this item.
All right, thank you. So let's move on to presentation. Staff, do we have a presentation for us?
Thanks again, ladies.
Mayor, our next presentation is from the Central Coast Community Energy Group, Miss Sophia Schwarsky. Just give us a moment while we bring her up. She's on Zoom tonight.
And it's a very large presentation, so it's taking a second to open.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Sophia Schwarsky, and I am a customer accounts manager with Central Coast Community Energy, or 3CE. I'm excited to be here with you tonight to highlight 3CE's recent accomplishment, along with our plans for 2023 and beyond. We can go to the next slide. One back there, there we go. So I wanted to start with a brief overview of community choice aggregation for those tuning in who are less familiar with the concept. 3CE is a community choice aggregator, or CCA. Once a community joins a CCA, the CCA will take over the responsibility for electricity procurement from the existing investor-owned utility. The investor-owned utility will continue to provide transmission, delivery, metering, and billing services. CCAs are public agencies and return revenue to the communities they serve through programs, incentives, and rebates. CCAs can also assist with local job creation and clean and renewable energy development. Next slide, please. 3CE was formed in 2017 and Hollister joined in 2018. Next slide. 3CE is made up of 34 member agencies in 5 counties, serving nearly 450,000 customers. 3CE has secured over $1 billion in renewable energy and storage agreements while returning $26 million to our communities. Next slide, please. 94% of eligible customers are enrolled with 3CE. And last year, the agency delivered 5,000 gigawatt hours of electricity to our customers. In the last year and a half, we enrolled Buellton, completed enrollment of unincorporated regions of Santa Barbara County, and welcomed Atascadero as our newest community. Next slide, please. Tonight, I am reporting on the 4 commitments 3CE made to our communities when we formed in 2017. Next slide. So I'm going to start with local control. We can go ahead and jump to the next slide. With 3CE, decisions on the type and cost of energy supplied to our communities are made by local elected officials. Hollister shares seats on our boards with San Juan Bautista. Hollister is represented on our boards by San Juan Bautista City Manager John Reynolds and Councilmember John Freeman. Next slide. And I'm going to briefly touch on our rates so we can go to the next slide. In March of last year, we decoupled our rates from PG&E's and established our own rate setting procedures based on cost of service, resulting in an average of 18% in savings for residential customers. Our commercial customers save between 2% and 19%. Next slide. And I'm going to shift our focus to 3CE's efforts to procure clean and renewable power, so we can jump to the next slide. 3CE procures 50% of our electricity from clean and renewable sources. We are on track to procure 60% from clean and renewable sources by 2025, which is 5 years ahead of the goal set by the state of California. 3CE is committed to meet 100% of our demand with clean and renewable resources by the year 2030, which is a full 15 years ahead of the same goal set by our state. And we can go, there we go. 3CE prioritizes long-term contracts, bringing new clean and renewable resources online as quickly as possible. 3CE has executed 19 long-term power purchase agreements and energy storage agreements. 3CE is also pursuing offshore wind generation and emerging technology in California. Next slide. 5 of the projects I mentioned on the last slide came online in 2022, and these 5 projects serve about 22% of 3CE's annual load. Next slide. And finally, on the topic of clean and renewable energy is electrification. The biggest impact individuals can make to cut greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality is to replace fossil fuel vehicles with electric vehicles and to replace the gas appliances in our homes with electric versions. As 3CE works to clean the grid, electric vehicles and appliances will be emissions-free in their operation, and the electricity that powers them will be 100% clean and renewable. Next slide. And finally, I'd like to speak with you about 3CE's continued investment in Hollister and to all of the communities we serve. Next slide. Over the past 3 years, 3CE has helped put more than 1,000 electric vehicles on Central Coast roads by distributing more than $2 million in cash rebates paid directly to our customers. And in collaboration with funding partners like the California Energy Commission, 3CE has delivered rebates that will help build more than 1,000 new electric vehicle charging stations for our region. And we've also funded more than 2,000 new affordable all-electric housing units. Next slide, please. 3CE's residential customers are eligible for rebates towards EVs, EV chargers, and EV readiness, electric appliances, and the construction of electric accessory dwelling units. Next slide. 3CE has programs aimed at helping our member agency partners advance fleet electrification, fleet charging infrastructure, and staying up to date with building codes that advance electrification. Next slide, please. 3CE has business-friendly programs designed to upgrade ag equipment, electrify farm worker housing, and to install DC-FC level 3 chargers. Next slide. And finally, with an understanding that some of these programs may be inaccessible to our underserved community members, 3CE provides additional Electrify Your Ride and Electrify Your Home rebates to income qualified customers. Next slide, please. And in partnership with the state, 3CE has garnered over $1.24 million into the city of Hollister. Next slide, please. So if you were interested in applying for any of the programs I featured on the previous slides, please head to 3cenergy.org, and I'd love to put you in touch with your account manager, Judy Young, if you were interested in any of those member agency programs. Next slide, please. With the continued support of the Hollister City Council, city staff, and community, 3CE will continue to deliver innovative solutions, impactful programs, exemplary service, and clean renewable energy. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and I'd love to answer any questions you may have.
Council members, any questions? Councilmember Burns?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez?
I just had one question. You mentioned somebody's name to get a hold of?
Yes, her name is Judy Young, and she is the customer accounts manager with 3CE who serves member agencies. So I will definitely get her contact information to you.
Thank you. That's it.
Vice Mayor? All right, well, thank you. Do we have any public comments for this item?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
All right, and we'll move on to the consent agenda. Would any members of the council or members of the public like to pull an item from the consent agenda? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to pull A13, please.
13.
Yes.
Councilmember Resendez?
Not at this time, thank you.
Councilmember Perez? Vice Mayor? I'd like to pull items 3 and 6. City Clerk, are there any public comments on consent agenda?
Mayor Casey, there are no comments currently for any of the consent agenda items.
Okay, so can I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of items 3, 6, and 13?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. All right, so let's move forward to item 3. So, I actually pulled this item. One quick comment, really. I love the farmer's market. It's wonderful, and I wish it was year-round. But I do have a concern with the idea of closing down San Benito Street for 8 hours every Wednesday for many months. I think it's a little disruptive, so I'd like to see it stay at 6th Street if that's possible.
Okay.
Does anyone else have comments? Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. And follow up to your question, do we have a traffic count so that we know what the volume would be on any given Wednesday?
In terms of how many people participate in the event?
No, I'm sorry. How many cars are not allowed to drive down the street when we if we were to close San Benito Street? And so, and that's really not a question for you. That's a question for the acting city manager. And then the other question I do have, though, would be, it's my understanding that maybe the turnout dropped off when it was put onto one of the side streets. And so I'm wondering, I see a value to it being on San Benito Street, but I also understand the mayor's concern.
Correct. Okay. All right. Sorry.
Madam Mayor.
Any other? Go ahead.
So I would like to hear from you guys, because I think it's important to get input not only from you, but what are the businesses saying? What have the past years' experiences been like? A lot has gone on, right? I remember in the beginning when it was a two-way street, we closed down the streets, but then some of the businesses were upset about their businesses not getting as much business because they were being covered. Right. We've got the parklets out there now, so a lot of things have changed. And then the last couple of years, you've had it on 6th Street. So what are the business owners saying now? And I think I would base my decision on that. Like, what is the business community asking for, and what are the residents of Hollister asking us for?
Correct. So, I'm sorry. One of the things that we did was 3 years ago, we had to kind of shut things down because of COVID. And then we moved things over to 6th Street because we were hearing the same concerns. Business downtowns were not happy with the farmers market disrupting, especially for 8 hours. So they weren't really too happy. So we were trying to find a way to make that work, which is why we shifted over to 6th Street for the last couple of years. Well, one of the things we found out was a lot of the same businesses that were kind of complaining to us, not complaining, but upset about the fact that we were having it on San Benito Street, were kind of reaching out and saying, why don't you bring it back to San Benito Street? Because of the parklets, because of the changes that we've made, they were saying that they don't get the foot traffic they used to before. So now they kind of want that foot traffic to come back. So what we did, we had a business meeting, downtown business meeting, and one of the things that kind of kept popping up in that meeting was, they wanted the farmers market to come back on 70th Street. Now, it was a small representation, about 7 businesses that were there at that meeting. However, they were stating that they wanted it to kind of come back and to make it longer. Again, going back to the year-round thing, how do we fix that? So we added 4 extra weeks to the market this year to kind of see how that will look. And then we tried to come up with 2 different plans so that we can test out to see what it would work like without having to wait 6 to 7 weeks to come back to City Council and change things up. So we did put a Plan A and a Plan B. Plan A would be to go back on San Benito Street. Plan B would go shift things over to 6th Street if we needed to, if the same downtown businesses were upset. One of the things that we changed this time around, though, is that in the past, we had to get only about 10 signatures to be able to get things on the agenda. This year, we had to get majority of the signatures that were of the affected businesses that were down there. So we went and talked to 16 of the 30 businesses that were there and, to try it out and see what they would think. And we got them to kind of say, yeah, let's try it out and see what this looks like. So we're trying to encourage downtown businesses to participate in this event. We're talking to a lot of the side streets, some of the other people that are not necessarily affected by it, to be able to be there at the market itself so we can kind of get both our vendors and the downtown business, because what we want is for these guys to kind of have a place where if things are being disrupted, they can still come and sell or promote their businesses so people can then go back to that. So that's kind of what we're trying to do this time around to kind of stem some of those concerns that we've had in the past. So we're trying to be proactive in terms of why we're bringing it back and how we're bringing it back to the San Benito Street without making the same mistakes that we did in the past. So that's kind of what we're trying to do with that.
So, question for you. So you said you went around to the businesses. I'm particularly concerned, I guess it's 5th to 7th, is that right?
It's going to be 5th and 6th.
5th and 6th.
Yes,
Okay,
so the 500 block and the 600 block of San Benito
we
Street.
did look, because my other concern is people trying to go to those businesses can't get to them. They have to park further away. Is that an impact? Do we know how those businesses feel? They didn't seem to think it's an issue? Or?
Some of them, like I said, we talked to about 16, 17, I think 2 groups decided, were kind of like, no, we don't really want this because it may impact us, it may affect us. But the majority of the groups were excited to have this thing come around and see if they can get about 800 people to maybe frequent their businesses, because we do bring about 800 to 1,000 people at the markets every week. Okay. So I think for them, it was just trying to see if now, after 3 years, try to get that foot traffic to come back into the office. Now, again, why we put the Plan B in place was that if it is something that's being impactful, and we are hearing a lot of businesses saying, you know what, man, this did not work out for us the way we thought, that we can then kind of shift gears and kind of move things back the way they were. Gotcha. But by expanding the market to those 2 blocks, that's why we try to add more businesses down to our downtown area, or those downtown businesses that may be affected. And I got my farmers market manager here with me as well, so she might be able to answer some of those questions.
Well, the other thing I was going to say too is that we made sure that we're going to be leaving the doorways open to all the businesses. I did talk to a few of them, and they're like, "Hey, we're not worried about the tents being parked or in the parking lot or parking spaces, because we normally have cars there, so they're not really blocking people from coming in. Our sidewalks are still open. We're going to leave walkways into the doorways for them." The other thing is too, everybody was super excited about having that back parking lot open again for themselves and also for their customers too, because there is more parking back there than there is on the actual San Benito Street in front of their businesses.
So you're really testing this. Your desire is to keep it there, but you're going to be testing the waters, because I hear complaints even just about shutting down San Benito Street for a day for a parade, right?
All day long I've had businesses from downtown calling me like, good luck tonight, everyone's when are we gonna know for sure? And well, after tonight, give me a second. So everyone is really excited. I really haven't had any negative feedback. We did want to come back down to bring more attention to those businesses down there. Right. We're being very respectful as far as the restaurants go, and like where we place certain vendors. So we're really excited, and
we've speaking more of consumers than the businesses,
right.
how they feel about.
Well, I mean, obviously the businesses are concerned about who their shoppers are too. So they're the ones who are going to be giving me that feedback. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember.
Thank you. And I remember in the past, you guys would give them priority over the space in front of their business. Are you still doing that? And I don't remember if you offer them a discount or not, as far as are you still doing that for them as well?
So right now what we've done is we have about, I have spoken to the majority of the businesses. A lot of them have parklets already, but we've offered that they can utilize the parklets to sell in for themselves right there. So they already got that locked in, those who have the parklet, as long as they get the right permits and stuff to sell in the parklet. Other than that, the ones who don't have parklets, we've told them to communicate with other businesses like, Hollister Rec has a parklet in front of Vets, and they've offered to let us utilize it for other vendors who want to sell in there, that have their business license to sell at the farmers market. But if they wanted to use it, of course, they would get first priority. There's other businesses like Deluxe Salon. They are right next door to Farmhouse. So Farmhouse, they're working with Farmhouse, but then we've also given them first priority to right in front of their business because they do not have a parklet, and so on with other, the other restaurants and stores downtown.
One more quick thought. And I would just ask for you guys, if it does go on Main Street, come back at the end of the market and let us know how it went.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Councilmember Perez, any questions?
No.
Vice Mayor?
Mayor, if I may.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may add, you had asked a question about road data. That's something we could definitely put ropes out, work with the engineering team to get some counts. We don't have that offhand, so I don't have that with me today. One thing to point out, Omar did mention it, but is in looking at the application, the applications do call for a majority of signatures. And so that is something that we've worked with the HDA on for this event and their other events, is actually going through and getting a majority. In years past, we were going off the way that the form was laid out. It does call for a majority, so we actually asked them to go back out and get additional signatures. And so they were able to do that for both this layout, and then in discussing the alternate layout, we did direct them to basically go and talk to the businesses on the other street to basically have two different routes if it wasn't working. So they did go through all of the process that is required. The other piece that we did talk to them about is working with the, sometimes you do have some vendors that are from out of the city or out of the county, in working with them to put together a way to work with those vendors to program their point of sales machines. So the tax that they get at the farmer's market is captured for San Benito, more specifically the city of Hollister, instead of, if they come in from another city and don't reprogram those machines, then the tax that's generated would go back through just the nature of how the point of sale machines work. So we've talked about that as well.
Well, thank you. I'm reassured hearing all of that. I'm sure the community will be letting us know if they're not happy, and we'll share that with you. But, so is council ready to take a vote then? Do I have a motion to approve this item?
Mayor, point of order, do we need to open this up to public comment since it was pulled?
Oh, right, sorry.
And we do not have any public comments for any of the consent calendar items. So
Okay,
none for this one either.
so is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Oh, the next item I pulled also. It's item 6. It's kind of an unusual application. It was for a private event, basically a street closure that turns Fifth Street into parking for a private charity event. So I just had a couple of questions. I know we have an application fee of $100, which I guess is for processing the application. Is that correct, City Manager?
The fee is for the processing as well as any of the closures and costs related to the closures.
So $100 covers the staff time to come in and then put barriers and all of that?
I would say the $100 is the fee that is currently in the ordinance.
But it doesn't necessarily
Whether or not
cover.
that covers
Okay,
everything,
that was my
I
question.
would say that might be a stretch.
And I guess that was my point, is maybe looking at, for private events that don't involve the general public, that maybe we look at the fee to see if it's adequate to cover city costs. The other thing that concerned me a little bit is most of the time when we get these applications, we see a certificate of an insurance, and I didn't see one for this. I saw an application, but not the actual certificate. So I just want to make sure. Yeah,
Mayor
the-
Casey, my apologies, that may not have been included, but yes, we did receive one. We
You
don't.
did receive
Yes,
one.
we don't
Okay,
bring
good.
it forward until we have that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
It just, the application didn't have any numbers on it, and I was like, okay. So, and then the last thing, quickly, is the permit application form itself. I think we need to look at that language and maybe update it. Most of the cities require, not recommend, amounts for insurance. And so I'd like to see us look at that language and maybe say minimum amount of liability coverage must be $1 million, not recommended. So, and that's all I have for that. Does anyone else have any comments? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get a point of clarity, though. Although it's sponsored by a private event, my understanding is the event proposer is a nonprofit, and it's actually open to the public, correct? It's not like we're shutting down the city for somebody to throw a party on their own behalf.
Actually, if I may. So the Ferrari Club, what they do is they go on a tour of the coast, and they're going to end up at the Baylor. And so the only reason they're actually closing it down is for parking. Because they want to all park together, but they're going to be for public display, and they always do it every year. It's really nice.
So people can walk. They're
Oh, yeah.
not,
It's
it's
not
a
closed
private,
off,
the
yeah.
event itself is private, but
No.
people can look at the cars.
Yes.
So there's that.
So I guess my question is, if it wasn't closed off, they would then be required to pay parking fees. And so in this case, we're going to close down the entire downtown in that area, so we won't capture any parking fees. And in essence, they've reserved parking for X amount of Ferraris or other vehicles. And so I don't know. I mean, I'm supportive of the event, but I also read in it that it was a fundraiser for the 1199 California Highway Patrol, which 100% supportive of, but at what price or cost?
Did you have a comment, sir?
Yeah, so there's not a specific fee that they're quote unquote avoiding from parking there. There's not a parking fee. It's more, I would say, for the convenience of having that area to park. Otherwise, if there's random cars parked there, they'd be parking in between them, right? So, the street parking is available during the hours, except, I could have my car out there or someone else could have their car. So that's how they get all the cars there. And then it is a drive overall to raise funds for the 1199 Foundation.
So what I heard you say is then that you have a Ferrari?
No, sir.
Sorry, couldn't help. Mayor, I'd also like to get our chief's position on this, please.
Sure. Chief, did you have any comment?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I understand it is for a good cause, and you can have a lot of vehicles coming in to the city all at once, and it's a very good idea to have it already structured where they're going to go to diminish the impact on the rest of the traffic in the city. It is on the weekend, so there is no traffic and there's no time limits on the period that they're going to be there, and we eliminate the possibilities of other vehicles being damaged. Some of these vehicles are going to be very, very expensive cars, and they're going to be a good thing for the public to come out and look at these cars that they otherwise wouldn't be able to see. And there's some old classics and new ones, my understanding, and it's just to make it the event as safe and efficient as possible to reserve that spot for them. So
They even have an original Bugatti.
there you go.
Okay. Any other comments, or do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
All right. So do we have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. And there was one more item. I think you said 13, Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Mr. City Manager, I'd just like for you to introduce our next newest city employee.
Thank you, sir. So the item in front of you today is it's the recommending of the appointment of Mr. Glenn March as our city engineer. We've gone through an extensive recruitment process, and Mr. March made it to the top of the list, and we're glad to bring his contract forward for you today. He joins us with a long history of engineering services in a variety of areas, and we're really proud and happy to have him on board, and I'm more than happy to have him come up and say a few words as well to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and City Council members. My name is Glenn March. I've been an engineer for 30-plus years. Half that time has been spent in consulting engineering firms, and the other half has been spent with public agencies. And during that time, I've done most of the tasks that we're going to ask our consultants to do. So I have a good understanding of what we're asking of our consultants. And being with public agencies, I've learned how to deliver projects and motivate our consultants to perform, and work with our construction contractors to make both the city and the contractor successful. Any questions?
Does anyone have comments, or?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome aboard.
I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comment for this
Is
item.
there a motion to approve?
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, now we go to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items not on the agenda. City clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, our first speaker is Virginia Martin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Virginia Martin, and I live at 1800 Morning Glory Drive here in Hollister. I've lived there for 20 years, and my home backs up to Ladd Lane. I want to thank you for this opportunity to express my feelings regarding the improvements that have been made to Ladd Lane, making it a safer street for the community. I believe the improvements to Ladd Lane have greatly helped to reduce speeding, donuts, drag racing, and the recklessness that was occurring. In my opinion, these changes have made it safer for pedestrians to use the sidewalks, bicyclists to use the bike lanes, and parents walking their children back and forth to school. Over the years, I've witnessed and taken photos of the dangerous driving behaviors that have occurred on Ladd Lane. Tonight, I have brought a few photos for your review of the aggressive driving that has endangered all of us and destroyed our streets. I believe over time that the improvements to Ladd Lane will show that it is a safer street for our children and for our community. Thank you for your time and listening to my comments.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Larry Martin.
I'm Larry Martin, and I live at 1800 Morning Glory Drive here in Hollister. And I want to thank Mayor Casey and all of the council for letting me speak tonight. I just have a couple of comments about the improvements to Ladd Lane. And my home actually backs up to Ladd Lane. And we have an electronic, I don't know what to call it. It's some signage on Ladd Lane that I can view from my kitchen window night and day. And it looks at the speed limit of any vehicle that passes by. And so over the years, before the improvements were made here recently, I would, when I was in the kitchen and I happened to see or hear a vehicle coming behind the house, I would look at the electronic sign, and it seems like this was just a random viewing, after the improvements were made, I still look at the sign randomly in the evening when we're home or during the daytime. I'm retired, so I don't have to be away from the house unless I want to be, and so I can look at this electronic sign, and it seems like to me that the speed limit that the cars are actually doing behind the house seems to be overall less speeding than what there used to be before all of the improvements were made to the streets. And the speed limits seem to be faster or before all of the improvements were made. And also along with that, oh, am I over time?
Yeah, yes, you are.
Oh, sorry. I'll cut it off. I just want to thank you. All of my comments were positive. I don't have any negative comments. We really appreciate it. Everything that's been done to LAD behind our house.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the public comments.
Okay, let's move on. Do we have a report from the acting city manager?
Nothing to report at this time.
No training or conferences either? Okay, so we'll move on to.
Mayor, the police chief does.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I do have some trainings to go over really quickly. Thank you, Mayor. Since the last time our last meeting, we've had two officers, two of our new CSOs officers went to 832 PC training as part of their process to be our community services officers. We had 3 instructors received training for active shooter instructors, so they'll be the instructors for our agency. And we've also had 3 of our staff from records attend the Public Records Act training. I also attended this last week the California Police Chiefs Association conference in Monterey. And we've also had one of our officers attend checkpoint operations training. So another individual is going to be instructed on how to operate properly the checkpoints for DUI checkpoints. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, so we can move on to item 1, resolution of the City Council, City of Hollister, approving the finding that public convenience or necessity will be served by the issuance of a Type 21 off-sale general alcoholic beverage control license to authorize the sale of beer, wine, and distilled spirits for off-site consumption at the existing Target retail store. May we have the report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this item, as you read, is basically the first step, which is approving the finding that a public convenience or necessity will be served by the issuance of a Type 21 off-sale general alcohol beverage control license. This is for Target, basically to authorize them to sell beer, wine, and distilled spirits. Currently, they sell beer and wine. So the request is to what started this was their request to sell distilled spirits for off-site consumption, which means they'll purchase it there, take it home, or elsewhere. And so this is the first step. There is another agenda item coming forward, which is the second part of that. So staff is available for questions from the planning department if you have any.
Do we have questions from council? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions for planning, but I would like to get the chief of police thoughts on this, please.
Thank you, Mr. Burns, Councilmember Burns. In regards to the ABC requirements for alcohol, it asks us, and there's a process in place to show if crime is anywhere around the businesses. Is at a higher level than other parts of the city, and the way we keep track of the crime in that section, it involves a big area of the city of Hollister, and there's no specific, there's no information there that shows that crime is any higher there than anywhere else. In regards to this permit process, We're not in a position to take a position either for or negative. We don't believe that the fact that they're already selling businesses. I know there's liquor stores right down the street, but if someone's already shopping at Target and they're picking up the products, you're eliminating another trip to another store. That is really up to the council to decide if they think this is of a necessity. The police department doesn't see any evidence to show that it would be a negative thing at this point.
All right, do we have any other questions from council? Do we have any public comment?
For the record, though, we're going to open the public hearing,
Sorry.
Mayor Casey.
I missed that. I will now open the public hearing on this item. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment for this item.
I will now close the public hearing for this item. All right, so do we have any further discussion or deliberation? No? Can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. That'll take us to item 2, which a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a conditional use permit in regards to the existing Target retail store selling alcoholic beverages. May we have a staff report?
So now that the previous item was approved, this is bringing forward the conditional use permit to allow for the sales. And
Okay.
again, staff is available if you have any further questions.
Do we have questions from council members? No? Okay. Then I will now open the public hearing on this item. City Clerk, do we have public comment?
We do not have any public comments for this item. My apologies. We have one on Zoom.
Okay.
We have, I can barely read it. Beth Abulafia. And my apologies if I said your name wrong.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Beth Balafia, and I do the alcohol beverage licensing for Target stores in California. And just wanted to make myself available for any questions. I think the staff reports that were prepared were very thorough. Target has been selling beer and wine at this store since 2006. And we are now seeking a conditional use permit to be able to upgrade the license type at the store to also be able to offer customers distilled spirits. Since Target first started selling beer and wine in 2006, its business model has changed to include, much more significant grocery section. And with that, Target would like to be able to offer customers the full array of alcoholic beverages. The vast majority of Target stores in California do sell full alcoholic beverages, including distilled spirits, along with their grocery items. And so we'd like to be able to make that those same products available to customers of the Hollister store. The Planning Commission, as was indicated in the reports, was unanimously recommending approval. And the police department has no objections. We are totally fine with the conditions that have been proposed for the use permit, and would appreciate the council's positive determination.
Thank you.
There are no other comments for this portion of the agenda.
All right, do we have any further discussion? Or are we good? All right, can we get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to item 3, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending the fireworks ordinance. May we have the staff report?
Yes, Mayor Casey, thank you. Ordinance number 2031, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending fireworks ordinance to include extended language and definition of violators and liability of property owners and those in legal possession of property. where violations occurred. If you may recall, we recently, last year, we amended our fireworks ordinance, and one of the things that we discovered is that if we could amend it slightly more, it would be beneficial as far as enforcing it. I'll give you a quick example. One of our officers was out around the 4th of July weekend, and they observed some aerial fireworks. They went around the corner to see where it was happening, and there was one house with a setup on the street, and they were lighting fireworks. However, our officers didn't witness them. Their mysterious person had disappeared that had been launching them. So what was recommended is we add some language, specifically amending to add the word participating in and facilitating the use of into the existing ordinance. In addition, is if we're going to make those recommendations, our city attorneys also recommended that we added the terms of tenants or any individual in lawful custody or possession of the property. So instead of just going after the property owner, if it's a rental, to let the person that's actually in charge that was participating in the violations be addressed in the citation, not necessarily the property owner. That could be, in some cases, a business that is somewhere else. So those are the only recommendations being made. And the recommendation is to introduce ordinance amending Chapter 8.08 fireworks, adding the clarification of property owner liability and fines, and schedule for a second reading.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
No, thank you, Mayor.
question. Councilmember Resendez?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Perez? Vice Mayor? Okay. Now we'll open the public hearing on this item. City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, we have one from Milton Broussard.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Milton Broussard. Obviously, I'm with TNT Fireworks. I've got the pleasure of working with 7 of your nonprofit groups here in town, supplying them with state-approved fireworks that are legal here in the state to sell as a fundraiser. TNT just supports the amendments to the ordinance. We support anything that helps prevent illegal fireworks, which is our #1 competitor throughout the state. And anything we can do to help the city staff or the city council to prevent illegal fireworks in the city of Hollister, we're willing to do. Revell Communications, I think, emailed all of you, and there's a packet that was handed out tonight on things that we're trying to do, work with Revell Communications and the State Fire Marshal's Office to prevent illegal fireworks and help local jurisdictions in that through the state level. So if there's any questions about that, I refer you to Revell Communications because he's a lot more knowledgeable in that. And anything else, I'm available for questions on that also. But thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other public comments for this item.
All right, I will now close the public hearing for this item. So we can have some council discussion and deliberation. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to ask somebody from our fire department what their thoughts are on this matter, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for calling me up today. I am Charlie, and I am your fire marshal. So yeah, I do support anything that we can do to help with PD and help enforce any of this stuff. And working with Milton, he's giving me some ideas also. So, and he's in support of us too. So we support PD and TNT in helping to take care of this.
Right. Any questions?
Thank you. Nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Resendez, did you?
I was going to move to adopt with the recommendations of the language added by the Chief of Police and the City Attorney.
Is that part of the motion? I mean, part of the ordinance?
Yeah, so it would be basically the introduction and the first reading. There's no longer a requirement under the government code to waive first readings. That is as of January 1st of this year, so that's sufficient, kind of nice. Yeah.
So then we're just doing a.
It would just be a
approve as
motion
is.
to introduce ordinance number 2031.
So motion to introduce ordinance number 2031 with the added additional language stated by the chief of police.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Motion
Yes.
carries 5-0. We'll move on to item F1. This is a resolution of the City Council, City of Hollister, authorizing the display of the LGBTQ+ Progress Pride flag annually during the month of June at City Hall, and authorizing specific actions to commemorate the anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion and LGBTQ+ Pride Month. May we have the staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. So in following up at our last meeting, Councilmember Resendez had provided a handful of suggestions to staff, including recognizing June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And so in your staff report, we have a handful of items that were suggested, which I will go over. First would be the creation of a City of Hollister logo that incorporates the LGBTQ plus Progress Pride flag that can be printed on stickers for the public and local businesses and can be used by staff in their email signatures, the digital logo. The optional inclusion of preferred pronouns in city staff email signatures, creation of gender-neutral bathrooms for staff, as well as providing inclusivity training for city staff. Additionally, the request was made, and what is reflected in your staff report is to fly the LGBTQ plus Progress Pride flag during the month of June annually to commemorate the Pride Month and the 1969 Stonewall riots. So staff is seeking direction this evening on the report and the recommended actions.
All right, do we have questions from council? No questions? City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have one on Zoom from Matthew Rojas.
Hi, Council. Matthew Rojas here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I think it's a great opportunity for the city to really show inclusivity to the community. My husband and I moved out here a few years ago, and it's been, kind of a rough patch trying to find our footing here and some community base that we feel accepted and safe. And I think this is a great way and a move forward for everybody here to be able to feel that sense of community and pride. I come from some larger cities. I grew up in San Jose, lived in Seattle, Washington for a bit, and I was always amazed at how I felt during the month of Pride when I saw the Pride flag being flown at our local city government offices. So it was something that was very important to me and my community to show that we are, understood and accepted and safe. And I think the stickers is a great addition for businesses to show their support as well. And I can tell you as an LGBT person, it would make me more inclined to go into a business knowing that they support my rights and my safety. So I think it's a great opportunity for the city and for the community and a move forward for everybody. So I hope you guys really consider and adopt this, especially the Pride Month flag flying for the entire month of June. It's something that's very important to a lot of folks here starting to move here and people to come and for the generations after us. So I think it's a great opportunity.
And we have a couple more who have popped up. Leslie Jordan. You can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. I was very pleased to see this put forth by Councilmember Resendez. Thank you all very much for having me and allowing me to speak during this moment. Having instead of annually asking for this to occur, to have the flag raised every year with the potential of it not passing just seems a shame. And I was thrilled when Councilmember Resendez asked that it be flown for the month of June. every year without the council having to go back one more time and pray that it was allowed. I also like the logo stickers. That's a wonderful suggestion. And I agree with the gentleman who spoke before that I would be more inclined to go into a business that supported LGBTQ plus rights. Way to go, City of Hollister. It was super nice to be second in this case to fly the flag on an annual basis. And hopefully the City of San Juan Bautista will follow suit. Way to be the leader. I appreciate you as both a member of the county, as a community member in San Juan Bautista, and an LGBTQ plus community member. Thank you very much, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you.
The next public speaker we have is Louise Combs.
Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Oh, the name is wrong. I'm terribly sorry. Hi, my name is Camila Barker. I live at 110 Emery Court, and I am a lifelong resident of Hollister, California. I am one of the peer mentors for San Benito Plus, our local LGBT plus resource center, and I would like to thank the City Council for their time in allowing me to speak tonight. I have noticed that in spite of the great strides and progress made in LGBT plus equality in the past few decades, there are still many places where where it is still not as safe to be openly queer. I think now more than ever, it is important that we know our local communities support us. The motion for the city government to officially recognize June as LGBT plus Pride Month would have a substantial impact on the queer community of San Benito County. It would reaffirm to us that Hollister is a safe community for queer people to thrive in. We don't have to feel ashamed of who we are. And as the speaker before me noted, it would be quite a relief to know that the flag will be flown with certainty rather than having it up for debate each June. Well, terribly sorry. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you.
And those are all of the public comments we have for this item.
Great. Do we have some council discussion, deliberation, comments? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the late supervisor of San Francisco, Harvey Milk, once said, for those of you that don't know who he was the first openly gay elected official in the entire state of California. He's quoted as saying, "All young people, regardless of sexual orientation or identity, deserve a safe and supportive environment in which to achieve their full potential." So essentially, we're at a point in history where we're just asking for fair and equal treatment like everyone else. It shouldn't be a question of whether it's conservative or liberal views. It's just a question between what's right and what's wrong. We're human beings. We're citizens of this country. We deserve to be treated as such with the same respect, dignity, and liberty, just as everyone else. At this time, I would like to personally thank the Chief of Police, Carlos Reynoso, for the idea and the support of launching an LGBTQ plus campaign. I wanted to thank the mayor, Mia Casey, and then my fellow council members for approving this, if it's approved tonight, for helping to bring forward Harvey Milk's vision to ensure that all the citizens of Hollister, all the staff of the city of Hollister, all the youth of the city of Hollister know that we are an inclusive, welcoming, and more than anything, safe community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I will support this 100%, of course. Having said that, I would like to make a recommendation that as it relates to the city logo being incorporated with the LGBTQ plus pride flag, I would like to enlist the services of our art commission to take on that responsibility, knowing that they're qualified and they have our appointments in place. So with that in mind, I support it 100% plus. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez.
So I like to think that our community is safe right now anyways. We have our challenges like any other community. But you know what? As far as I'm concerned, everybody's safe. And I will run out to help anybody, anytime. As far as not doing it once a month, doing it once a year, fine. We're gonna open up that can again because there's gonna be other people that wanna do that annually also. So if we wanna go back into that whole field, let's go. Because we're gonna have to change the whole policy again, right? Because if we,
I don't think we have a policy now, do we? It was
Yes, we do.
rescinded? No?
The flag policy that had been adopted by council was rescinded following that, so there is not currently a flag policy.
okay, well, we're gonna need a flag policy then, because everyone wants to be treated the same, except for I wanna do this just once, I don't wanna have to do this ever again. Everyone else has to do it all again, but not us. So where's the equity in all that? So that's why we're gonna have to go down, if we're gonna go down this road again, we're gonna have to go through the public policy or flag policy. That's it.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
These are questions, correct?
Comments.
Okay.
Deliberation.
No, I think this is a great idea. The suggestions are, I think, fine. I think if we can open it up to, I actually not opening it up. So I brought council members under some examples of what Santa Clara County does. In terms of the flag, we use that throughout various jurisdictions. So not having the City of Hollister logo and there's a couple of stickers in there that just have an ally and full support in community. And so that can be displayed not just in the City of Hollister, but anywhere that there's just support and pride. So I just like for there be consideration for it to be more open instead of more restrictive. And those are my only comments. Thank you.
I have just a few comments. First, I want to say that I totally support the flying of the flag annually. With regard to some of the suggestions from staff report, I do love the idea of the stickers. A little concerned at the idea of incorporating the logo and making a new logo, just from a former graphic design standpoint. You undermined your brand or logo, but I think you could certainly create a sticker with the flag and with the logo and with maybe Hollister Pride or some other wording. And I loved Councilmember Burns' idea of employing the Art Council and utilizing their skill set as opposed to hiring a graphic designer, which could become costly. Also, I do know sticker companies oftentimes will lay things out for you for free as a part of getting it printed. As far as the suggestion for inclusivity training, I support that, but I think it's not just an LGBTQ plus issue. I think that I'd like to see, rather than staff spending any time doing research right now on that, I'd love to see that, it brought back as a separate item to create an equity, diversity and inclusion plan and program, and to have staff training as part of that. So it's a bigger thing than just inclusivity. And then lastly, the only other issue that I really have is the resolution language itself. There was a phrase in there that I felt was out of place that says, whereas the city's flagpoles are not intended to be a forum for free speech by the public. And I'm not exactly sure why we would include that. I don't think it's relevant to flying the LGBTQ flag. So I'd like to, make a motion to amend and remove that particular language and then adopt the resolution as amended, if that works.
I did read that, and I do agree with you as well, Madam Mayor. I thought it was a little bit out of place. Some of the suggestions that came up with giving the stickers for the businesses was to give them a little handout. I know that the county has one on what it is to be an ally and what some of the things that you could do as far as being an ally. We've got LGBTQ plus training manual here that I'm going to look over, and I'm happy to pass that off to the staff as well. Maybe we can include that in the training as well. Thank you.
All right, so I made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, so 4-0-1. Motion passes. All right, so item 2, yes.
So for the rest of eternity, the LGBT plus don't have to do a application to.
Yes, that's what.
How are they going to submit their insurance papers?
Insurance papers. Sorry, I'm at a loss. So we have insurance papers for the flag flying?
I can check the application for it. I don't recall there being insurance requirements for the flag, but I can check on that.
Closing the streets?
Closing the streets does. I can state that, but I can check on the flagpole one.
That would be separate
shortly.
from the flag,
Yes,
the
there-
flag itself.
Yes, there is different applications for closing the street for public assembly permits than there is for flying a flag.
Okay. Thank you for that question.
Mayor, if I may,
As far as which part, the insurance part we covered. So you're asking about not having to bring it back yearly. So with this motion passing yearly in June during LGBTQ plus month, which is a heritage month, they will be flying the flag unless the council brings it back again and changes that at this time.
So they do not have to fill out an application.
Not an application to fly the flag, I don't believe. Is that correct?
Not that I know of. So you don't have a flag policy, so if you had a flag policy that
What the
had that
point
in
I'm
it.
getting to is, what about all the closing the streets and all that stuff? Shouldn't that be isn't that part of the process?
that is a completely separate matter. So you have the street
event.
closures.
I know. You guys aren't going to close the streets?
I would suggest that you talk to the staff about this, and I would suggest, we've already voted on this, that we move on.
The reason I abstained is because there's other things that are involved here, so.
Right.
But I guess that can you please? Jennifer, so the application process is going to have to, the insurance is going to have to be put in, correct?
So I'll have to get back to the council on the process for requesting to fly a flag on the city flagpole. Currently, there is no policy on it. However, such as with the last meeting when the deferred action for childhood arrivals, there was no application to fly that flag. And it was by council consensus. I'll turn it over to Acting City Manager Marioni.
Councilmember
Wait,
Perez.
so my question is, I don't feel like you guys are hearing what I'm saying. Let me try to explain it again. So I understand. I've done this process myself. I'm just because I have done this process. Have you done this process, Mayor?
As far as the event and the way I understand it is if you have an event to close a street.
No, that's not my question.
So which process are you speaking of?
Have you went through the whole flag raising ceremony?
I haven't flown a flag, if that's what you're asking me, no. I don't, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Street closures?
Street closures, yes, there's a
Okay.
process
So
for that.
when we close the street, we're supposed to get a.
Right, and they would
application
still
on it.
have to do that if they had any event.
That's
They
what I'm
would
asking.
Okay, sorry,
Yes,
misunderstood.
council
you,
member,
sir.
there has not been a request to close the street. There's only been a request to fly the flag similar to like the Ukrainian flag. Staff would raise the flag and it's up and then would be bringing it down in June.
So,
Whether a group wants to then have an event or do a street closure, then they would go through the process similar to what the applicants
Right.
did earlier in today's meeting.
Right, I understand that. What I'm saying is, can it be a process where if it's a flag raising ceremony, it's like there's only a little bit of space out there? I mean, it's not a real busy street, but closing it off, including as closing it off as an option. That's all I was saying.
Again, Madam Mayor, we're completely out of order. If we can get back to the agenda items and then have this discussion at a more appropriate time.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Okay, so you're welcome to bring it up later in the discussion when you give your report. If you have something you want to bring back at that time, you're welcome to do that. But I think we're going to move on to the next item.
Madam Mayor, if I may just clarify the motion before we move on.
Yes.
It was to adopt the resolution, striking that one sentence.
Yes.
And was part of your motion the bringing it before the Arts Commission?
Well, that wasn't really part of the resolution. That was just staff report. So
Okay.
those were just suggestions. So
Okay.
that's really, I guess work with staff.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because there's a process behind that, and staff can put something together and work with the Arts Commission.
Do we need consensus for that?
Well, I would recommend that, you get consensus either now or during the council report.
I'm happy to bring it up during my informational report.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, so we're clear on that.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to item 2 then. Resolution of City Council of City of Hollister accepting prior submittal of the California Department of Housing and Community Development for funding under the 2023 Supernova Cal Home Program Post. We have a staff report.
Yes, good afternoon, or good evening, council and members of the public. Jamila Salka, Housing Programs Coordinator. Just like you previously stated, this is a prior submittal of a resolution. We are seeking approval tonight so that we can be able to submit the resolution as part of the full grant application. Confirmed with HCD that due to deadline constraints, we did need to have this item come after the deadline. So the application was submitted February 28th, but we are allowed to submit the resolution after the deadline. So tonight we're just requesting approval of the resolution. It will be attached to the application, and then from there we will determine, or the state will determine if eligible, and we will find out in June if we are awarded the grant.
Okay, do we have questions from council? No questions? Do we have public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Is there any further deliberation or comments from council?
Move to.
All right, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to resolution number 2023-44, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving an agreement for interim city manager services for the City of Hollister. So we have the staff report. We're going to have the city attorney report out.
Yeah.
You go first.
Thank you very much,
Sorry.
Madam Mayor. Casey Estorgo, wearing the Human Resources Director hat tonight. And as presented to the council is a resolution that would approve and authorize execution of an employment agreement with David Mirioni for the position of interim city manager. And staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving that. And I'll defer to the city attorney for it.
Okay, thank you. So I'll also add, per the government code, we need to go over key financial provisions with this contract. And so the interim city manager salary, right now, acting city manager salary is $194,500. That was the same base salary as when Mr. Mirioni was the assistant city manager. I keep wanting to say city attorney, so it takes a minute. Let me pause. So this contract gives him a 10% increase to that base, $194,500. Also, with respect to vacation, this contract lets him accrue vacation leave at the rate of an employee with 8 years of service at 6.15 hours per pay period, totaling 20 days per year with a maximum accrual of 280 hours. After 4 years of service, employees shall accrue vacation leave at the rate of an employee with 16 years of service and so forth. And employees shall cease accruing vacation leave upon reaching the maximum accrual. Also, the interim city manager will continue to receive the same health, dental, life, and optical insurance coverage, retirement benefits, deferred compensation, administrative leave, vacation, sick, and holiday accruals, and any other benefits to which employee was entitled as the assistant city manager. And that's all.
All right. Do we have any questions from council? No? Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
All right, do we have further discussion or deliberation from council? No, then is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations, David.
Thank you very much.
All right, item 4, resolution number 2023-45, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing staff to install surveillance cameras proposed at the skate park and summer park. Do we have a staff report?
Mayor Casey, if I may, before we pass it
Sure.
to Chief Reynoso, we did have an update to the report, but it looks like on the title of the resolution, the word supplemental was left in, authorizing the supplemental appropriation. That is not the case, and so the staff report has been corrected. The item before you is with budgeted funds.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Casey, members of the City Council. I'm sure you recall Councilwoman Burns has requested information in regards to putting cameras at the skate park. We've gone over a few hiccups along the way. I didn't want to say speed humps. But basically, since the park is owned by the county, and there's a commission that is in charge of the park, and there was going to have to be extensive electrical work having to be done to install those cameras. The last time we met, we discussed a solar plan, and that's what we went out and we got a quote from our vendor for that to install a camera that would be only solar powered. And that quote came in at $15,694.03. And while we were looking at that, we've also received numerous complaints about the summer park at the end of Apricot. It's right next to the river, and there's a lot of transients that are coming and going from the river into the city property, a lot of comments. So we thought about requesting a quote for that too. Both of those items are in this report, and it's basically we're asking recommendation to provide direction if you would like to approve one or two of them, and for us to go ahead and move forward in installing those cameras. Any questions?
Do we have questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Chief, in reading the staff report, as it related to the skate park, I saw that there were actually two options, one camera, or actually three options, no cameras, one or two. And so can you talk about the benefit to a second camera?
Yes, there's two poles out there, existing poles, and installing a solar-powered unit to provide connection and those cameras to be recording there. If you put it on one pole, it captures the majority of the skate park and also the parking lot to the north of the skate park. However, there is another parking lot to the south of it, and it doesn't really capture that parking lot. So the option was if you wanted to install another camera on the other pole, it would basically double it because there's another solar-powered unit that would need to be installed too. So they would both be independent and cost doubling of the cost.
Thank you, Chief. So the approximate $15,000 for the cameras for the skate park, those are one-time fees for the camera and then routine maintenance?
That's correct.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions from council?
I was wondering, it's like on the two poles, one for the charger, the solar power charger. Are those durable?
I would say so. They've been there for a very long time. They used to be the units that had the lights that shine down on tennis courts.
Okay.
They haven't been in use for a long time.
No, I was talking about the panel itself.
The camera.
The solar panel. Are they durable? Because I just imagine skate park, rocks.
I understand what you're saying, yes. They're going to be as durable as the same units that are used consistently in other places with surveillance cameras.
Is that the one we have? Is that similar? I don't know if you know, to the one that's at Fire Station 2, that solar panel.
I don't believe we have any cameras with solar right now in our network.
Okay. Also, that was it.
Any other questions from council? All right. Do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, no, we do not have any public comments for this item.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Recognizing we now have a new-founded option or alternative to use our discretionary funds, I know that if council approves one camera at the skate park and two, as I understand it, for Summer Park, that there's budget to cover that. Is that correct?
So in looking at the discretionary dollars that have been used, then yes, there is appropriate appropriations currently.
Okay, because if not, I have, as I understand, I have $50,000 in discretionary money, and I'm more than happy to use my discretionary money for cameras at the skate park if that frees up the budget, because I doubt that I will use it for anything other than public safety during my tenure, and so I'd like to just offer that, and I would like to request the council authorize that 2 cameras be installed at the skate park, and I would support the 2 at Summer Park as well. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I'm totally in agreement with the 2 cameras at the skate park. I think the other Summer Park, being out there, I take my dogs out there. If you have it on one side, you're going to get everything, because the other side is just the park, unless you wanted the park itself or just the parking lot.
If, well, we want the park and the parking lot because there's activity happening in the parking lot, but we also want to make sure that the park itself is safe. And there have been complaints of people being there at the park and suspicious activity happening in the grass area as well.
Actually, that's almost as bad as Dunn Park. Close, I've seen it, yeah. But I'm in support of 2 at each one.
Okay, so does someone want to make a motion?
So moved.
Are we approving 4 cameras? Is that what we're doing?
My motion would be to approve 2 for each of the venues requested.
Okay, so that's
I
your
second.
motion. Second, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to some reports. Informational report.
Madam Mayor, staff is recommending that we pull item G1 this evening.
Okay. So we'll move on to item 2. Report from city council members regarding committees on which they serve. Councilmember Burns, do you have anything to report?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
Not tonight, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Nothing to
Councilmember
report.
Perez? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. We had a Concord COG Council of Government retreat where we had the opportunity to learn about COG, the roles and responsibilities, the history, the organizations that we're tied to, including AMBAG. We also received an update at COG, which is a separate meeting, that the Central Coast Caucus, San Benito County was excluded, and so there are many efforts to make sure that San Benito County is included as part of the Central Coast Caucus. I urge any community member that has relationships at the state level to reach out to your legislators to make sure that we're included. This is going to be essential because funding opportunities for our roads are tied to those caucuses. Mobility Partnership, we had an informational session to learn the collaboration between Santa Clara County and San Benito County. They're responsible for joint road areas such as 101, 152, 156, and 25. We learned of the various funding sources and streams and the status of various projects. The Mobility Partnership meets quarterly. We also talked a lot about the different challenges and how we can strengthen our relationship and actually move a lot of the work forward. For AMBAG, we had a regional work plan presentation, and the budget was discussed. There was no action, it was informational. And I had the opportunity to attend a Civic Well Policy Conference where I learned about the broadband and the infrastructure funding associated with that, and a lot on green energy. I know that the city of Hollister has some issues with PG&E, so a lot of the green options like 3CE Another new technology that's underway will be more cost-effective and better for the health of our community if we move forward in that direction. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple things to report. First, Councilmember Resendez and I met with the animal shelter staff. We just had a brief ad hoc committee meeting to kind of talk about goals and possible topics to work on this year. Our next meeting, we're going to be inviting in the members of the public who are active supporters of animals, including our feral cat trappers, several of the nonprofits, and volunteers. So that should be coming out once we figure out a date and time. As far as COG, I also was there at the orientation and retreat. It was very informative. Having the president of the state organization, CalCog, zoomed in to give us their overview, as well as the president of AMBAG. So it was very helpful to me, just relating all of the different groups and how they play in with the Council of Governments. Also at our COG meeting, Caltrans representative was there and gave us an update on the 2 beautification projects that are slated for San Benito County. And also I asked for an update regarding the issue at Highway 25 with the railway crossing. Caltrans indicated they're going to be doing some pothole fixes, and Union Pacific Railroad has agreed to do a smoothing project to correct that problem, but they're waiting on a little clearer weather. And also Caltrans did say that they're requesting that the railroad not close the entire highway for this repair so that traffic won't be as heavily impacted. And that's all I have to report on meetings. So we could move on to informational reports. You want to start, Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't know how many members of our community walk our community on a regular basis. I try and walk District 4 fairly frequently. And unfortunately, one of the things I'm noticing is a lot of junk and rubbish. And so one of the things that I've requested previously on multiple occasions, and I'm going to continue to request it until something happens here, is that we as a city move forward to hire a city painter through Public Works. And I understand there could be an argument that, well, there's not enough work. Well, my sense is if you look at painting the sound walls alone, that could occupy one person's time probably for a year easily. And probably by the time, it's like the Golden Gate Bridge, by the time you're done, you probably could start over again. But in addition to that, I would like to maybe see some focus on a litter abatement team that could be maybe one and the same person, and a graffiti abatement team. The city has been very responsive to my requests during my tenure on council for graffiti related items. I mean, you call, they're there, and that's amazing, and thank you to city staff for that. But we've got sound walls that have been in place for 30 years that have not gotten the love and care they need. And I'm referring specifically to Sunny Slope Village. But you drive down into District 3 as well on Hillcrest, and you can see some of the sound walls there, and there are multiple colors because of all the graffiti abatement that's occurred, and they're mismatched. And so I really want to see something happen there relatively soon, and I think there's an opportunity and a need. So with that, I also would like to bring up that before we recognize it, the school year will be coming to an end, and this community does an amazing job of giving our kids scholarships to continue their education, whether it be in a formal college or whether it be in some sort of a vocational opportunity. And so I support the Marty Richmond Scholarship Fund. Marty was a former city council member that we lost way too soon. And so if you would like to contribute to that fund, please reach out to me. I will be very happy to channel those funds to a nonprofit so you get the benefit of a write-out, but more importantly, our kids get the benefit of being recognized for their success, and I believe very strongly in that. So I would like to understand, unfortunately I don't remember the folks' names, but we had a couple that sat through a long council meeting to bring up a concern about parklets being put, and I think it was on 6th Street, and it was going to have a major disruption in their business that had been there for like 15 or 20 years. And so at some point I'd like to know where we stand on that, because I'm very concerned about that, and they were very passionate, and we want to put these things in places where they'll enhance business, not necessarily create unnecessary obstructions. I'd also like to know where we stand on processing outstanding debts. And what I'm talking about specifically are litigations that this city has won. And I want to know where we're at in trying to capture those fees. And finally, during the 2 years that Councilmember Perez and myself have been on council, we've had conversations about increasing the temporary occupancy tax. And we were told the timing's not right, it's going to take a while to push this forward. And so with the general election coming up in less than 2 years, I think it's time to start moving forward in that process, recognizing that it doesn't impact adversely any member of our community unless you're living in a hotel. And so for our guests, it's just normal. It's the cost of being a guest in a hotel. And I think we're losing out. And so I'd like to have the council support to start that process to get that on the ballot in 2024. And that completes my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll start off by saying I do support the TOT ballot measure. I would just say let's be very, very careful to educate the public and how we word it to ensure that they know that we're not taxing them anymore, because Councilmember Burns brings up a good point. It does often get confused. So this is the part of the meeting where I was going to talk about the flag raising ceremony. I'm going to give you a little bit of history about it since I've been here. We've done it a number of different ways. 1 year, I think we just did it organically, and I'm talking about no street closure, and about 100 people came. It was during COVID, so we had a social distance, and we just closed the street organically, which is not the best way to do it, in my opinion. And I think I organized that by myself at that time. Another year, we partnered. After that, we started partnering with the County of San Benito. They've got the Esperanza Center, and a lot of people stepped up to help out, and we had breakfast burritos provided by them. We had pride conchas provided by El Nopal. And I think the rec department at that time helped out as far as getting the permits for the street closures and making sure that it was a little bit more safe and a little bit more organized. Last year, I was not able to help out. I was in the middle of a campaign, so I wasn't able to help out. The county did it by themselves. They had it a couple of streets over. I think that from my history and from me doing it, the best way that we did it is for us to collaborate with the county and to put our resources together, to have Tina help them to get the permits to close the street, to work with the county to ensure that we have all these booths, just close it down 3 hours max, I would say, to raise the flag up in the morning. Usually prides are done on a Sunday during June. So I would say we're going to hang the flag from June 1st to June 30th automatically. Let's coordinate with, if I can get consensus from the council, let's coordinate with the county, have Tina get the permits, all that other stuff lined up for us. And then we'll be out there for a couple hours with a couple of booths, some food, a short gathering so the community can come and celebrate the pride raising flag. So I would like to ask for direction to ask for that to happen tonight. As far as the Arts Commission, I understand where you're going, Councilmember Burns, and I'm certainly in support of putting it in their hands, I would say. Let's ask them and check with them. But as the mayor mentioned, it could be something as simple as getting our 150th logo and putting a progress flag in the back of it. The sticker company could probably help out with that. I don't know, but let's give it to the commission and let them decide. The only thing I'm concerned about is the timing on that, because we are coming up on Pride Month, and I want to make sure that we have all that. Speaking of that, the county, the Esperanza Center, they have those flyers, Tina, so that when we're ready to hand out those stickers to businesses, they've got a short little flyer that can go with them as well. So that concludes my informational report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Welcome. Councilmember Perez.
The EV charging systems. Yes, I know we have problems with PG&E getting more electricity. I'd like to get consensus on this from the dais about exploring some EV charging systems throughout the city. I know it's going to be hard, especially right now with the problems with PG&E, but I have noticed a lot of electric cars coming through at the airport. I've been working out there for the last couple weeks, And there is so many electric cars out there that there's extension cords that are going to these cars all over the place because we don't have anything. You know, it's like, that is our future. I think we should start stepping towards that. Just, not that we have to do it right away, but, you know, we need to put it on our radar. And shade, Tina, those shade umbrellas at the parks, they're not movable, huh? On top, they're not movable, right?
The shade structures at the dog park?
Yeah.
Yes. No, they are not movable.
Actually, I knew that, but just wanted to hear it. Actually, you know what? Those shade umbrellas, they're not that big. They don't work that good. They don't work very good at all. Have you had any comments on that?
Not really. The way they were set up, we worked with our airport staff, and that was a recommendation because the way the planes come in and so forth, we spent some time with them, and that's how they asked us to set it up. But yes, we see that.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I was just thinking maybe when it comes to different, for more shade, maybe we might look under different options.
Yes, and I don't think we'll have as many
yeah.
restrictions either,
Yeah.
placing it. I know the donor was excited, and they feel that it's a beautiful addition to the dog
It
park.
does look nice.
So-
It does look nice.
Council, this should probably be an agendized item if
Sorry.
we're going to
Okay.
keep discussing with
All right,
staff.
and the other thing I had was the EV, the shade, and the raising of the Christian flag. I'd like to get a consensus on that for August. April 2nd, 1 to 3. If we can get a consensus on that, or take a consensus. And the TOT, definitely. I thought that, again, it's like, there's so many things that were supposed to be started a long time ago. I'm totally for that also.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Casey. So we have a great opportunity to work with First Five and supporting the creation of a community center. So I'd like to request through the assistant city manager, for the Parks and Rec manager to join that committee to move the project forward. Also, like more information, if we have a committee or if we do a joint committee with the county on economic development, and what is our role in that, or if we are a partner with the county or anyone else on that. Third is very similar. What are our efforts for broadband? I know that we have some joint projects with San Juan Bautista, but what is our regional effort in terms of broadband, especially because there's a lot of infrastructure money coming, and it would be a huge missed opportunity for our entire region not to get millions of dollars for broadband. And then I know that we had asked for the ADUs to come back. Just wanted to know the status and if we have a date certain for that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so just a couple quick things. I have been attending those economic development committee meetings with the county just to listen in, and they have talked about the idea of the city participating with that. So I think it might be something to do since we don't have an economic development committee.
I remember it being part of the language of the MOU, so we might want to double check on that. We're supposed to, from what I remember, have a seat on the EDC, one of us.
On the EDC, or this is the county's committee? Is that what you're speaking of?
I was talking about EDC.
Yeah, I'm talking about the county has their own economic development committee, and I believe we're supposed to have one as well, but I don't think we're meeting, or we don't have a committee for that. So they had kind of talked about inviting the cities in to participate on that county economic committee. So it's just something to talk about. The other thing is I wanted to mention, and I know interim city manager that I had mentioned it to you briefly, but I'd like to get it on the list, is I did have a request from a resident on behalf of their disabled daughter to look into ADA accessibility update at Summer Park Drive. So if we could look into that. And then the only other things that I have, in our last meeting, we did talk about some things, and I didn't see them on our update list at the end of the agenda. One was Councilmember Morales' request to have the community neighborhood session for Lad Lane. I had requested the formal speed hump policy, and requested doing a study session with Public Works about traffic calming projects and looking at a policy around that. And we had talked about maybe doing that on the 27th, and I didn't know if that was in progress, but it isn't on our list, so I just wanted to make sure it got added in. And that's all I have. Interim City Manager, do you have a report for us?
So yes, if I could just, there's a handful of items that I just want to make sure we have consensus on that I heard this evening.
Okay.
So Councilmember Burns mentioned a few things, and I'm not sure if it's a package deal or, because of the budgetary impact if we did all three. So I wanted to just look at hiring a city painter through Public Works, a litter abatement team, and graffiti abatement team. So to get clarity, is that something where, there's crossover and that's...
There would be, as I would see it, as time allowed, in my mind, the number one priority is always going to be the graffiti. I would say after that would be enhancing our community through painting those sound walls. Like I said, I have some in my district that haven't had any real significant work done to them in the 30 years they've been there. And so when I look at them in District 3 and 4, there's several. And so that would be a priority. And I would really defer to the Public Works Director for his position on that. Maybe there's capacity for other multitasking, but at the end of the day, I'll trust in your guys' judgment on that. Thank you.
Okay, so that perhaps we could get consensus to look at that through the budgeting process as we're working on that. Is that fair?
Sure.
In regards to the parklet, that was, it's actually 3rd Street is the one I believe you're mentioning. Our Development Services Director is working with the applicant as well as had communications with the business owner as well and is working through the parklet process as we speak. Capture litigation fees, that is something that had been brought up before, so that's something we have prior consensus on, so we can look in and provide an update. Increase of TOT, I did see 2 folks agree. I did not see, okay.
The tourist occupancy tax, hotel tax.
This is the tax on, occupancy at hotels, whatnot, that is. Yeah, we could provide an update on what that would look like. Flag raising ceremony for Councilmember Resendez, a collaboration with the county, 3-hour max, and then Tina and Parks and Rec working on the event and working on the sticker/logo with the Arts Commission with the understanding of, we do have a deadline of June, so want to be sensitive of the timing.
March.
Yeah, depending on if, the Arts Commission could get a quorum, those type of things. Sometimes, 2 months goes quick, so. I believe I have consensus, right? Councilmember Perez, an exploration into electric vehicle charging stations throughout the city. Has something to explore. I know that 3CE, I believe, don't quote me, has some programs. And so that's something we can explore. That'd be a good starting point. So
See, I would like to get our airport commission involved in that because based on what Councilmember Perez has said, having been out there the last couple of weeks, it sounds like a real problem with the cords just running here and there and everywhere. But again, why wouldn't we use our airport commission for that specific location and maybe some other charging stations downtown? I can tell you other places where I've worked where they've provided. The minute you put them up, the minute they're vandalized, they're stolen, the copper's removed. And so it's probably going to have to be in areas where we have cameras to reduce the theft, because they don't do anybody any good if they're not functional.
Yes. Councilmember Perez brought up the raising of the Christian flag, and forgive me, I missed the date in May? Or April, I'm sorry?
First Sunday of April
First
every
Sunday
year.
of April.
April 2nd, 1 to 3.
1 to 3. So do we have consensus on that? Yeah.
That's just raising the flag, not necessarily closing off the street or
Oh,
the.
I'm closing the street, yeah. 'cause-
So,
Okay.
yeah, there was an
Okay.
earlier agenda item to close the street, and so
Okay.
that's the bifurcating of the two, so.
Okay, perfect.
With
All right.
consensus, that's both.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Morales mentioned, either myself or, Tina joining the First Five Partnership, that they have formed to develop a community center. They were here maybe 3-4 months ago talking about that. Actually provided a letter of support. And so do we have a consensus there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. There was the Economic Development Committee. Mayor Casey, you're on it. We can look into it and get a better idea of the expectation and who is supposed to be on it. Is it from an elected standpoint or staff or a combination of both? And we can provide an update on that. Regional efforts with broadband, we can provide an update. We have been working on some grants in partnership and discussions with the county. ADU fees back to council. I will get an update and send that out. And then ADA accessibility at Summer Park, and we are looking into that matter and have been working with our engineering team and our city attorney. And then, yes, we will certainly update the spreadsheet where the speed hump policy, Lad Lane, I know I talked to the staff this morning about Lad Lane. They're working on putting everything together for the session, as well as looking at the speed hump policy. And then we did talk at the last meeting about having a section on that during the goal setting meeting, and that is the plan to discuss it there.
Awesome.
And that is the end of my report.
That's it. City Attorney, do you have a report?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
City Clerk?
Just a quick reminder that if you haven't already filed your Form 700, make sure you go ahead and file that before April 3rd. Thank you.
Tech Director, do you have a report for us?
Madam Mayor and Council, I do not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Chief, do you have a report for us?
Yes, thank you, Mary. I was worried I was going to be left out.
I wouldn't leave
I
you
just
out.
wanted to share something really great news for us at the police department. As you know, Captain Eric Olson was attending the FBI Academy, and he graduated this last week. He's back to work today, and we're really happy to have him back. The National Academy is a great organization established in the 1930s to push for standardization and professionalism in the police departments across the United States and the world. It's an international organization. You get what you put into it in this academy. You get to pick the classes that you take. I don't think they offer like underwater basket weaving or anything like that, but they do offer a lot of courses that are law enforcement related. And some of the classes that you take are, we're very lucky actually in California that we get a lot of training as compared to other parts of the nation. But Captain Olson took 5 graduate level courses while he was there, and he passed all of them. So he put the effort in there. He set the bar high, and we're really proud of him completing all those courses. So he's working on his master's degree in regards to that. So he did a fantastic job, and we're really proud to have him back. Thank you.
Awesome. So we don't have any unfinished business at this point, right? We've done our update. So are we moving to adjourn?
No.
Or we are.
No. We're going to go back into closed session.
Okay, so
yeah, we'll go back into closed session. When we come out, I'll let everyone know if we have anything to report, and then you can adjourn at that point.
okay, so we don't have to do any kind of adjournment to closed session, or
No, we
okay.
can just go into closed session.
All right, thank you. City Attorney, do we have anything to report from, I'm sorry. Oh. That's not good. Good. City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Jennifer, did you have anything you needed me to re-sign?
Recording stopped.
Oh yeah, there's pizza in the back, in case you guys didn't know it. There's there's one combination and one, a whole bunch of. Oh, no?
Thank you for everything, Mary. Oh, you're welcome. We'll talk tomorrow, I'm sure. Yes?
I'm sorry?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanna.
Please encourage them to reach out to council and thank them, because all we hear is the negative.
Thank you, Paul.
They were worried that something's gonna be changed, I don't think anything's gonna be changing further in the study.
Yeah, no, and I told her that too, that it's just a session, we're gonna talk about it while the neighbors, so.
Like, it sounded almost like rustling the papers, I couldn't figure it out. So yeah, she came and let me answer because the resolutions.
Well, she had a key that she said opened up the door.
Yeah, her office key will open the door. Mine will not. So that one resolution that we amended? Yes. Did you mark it or you changed it or? I changed it, that's actually what I was talking about, because I was, the printers in Angie's office. Trying to make this as fun as possible. No, it's not at all, not at all. Gosh. Yeah, it was, this is when we took the gloss out of. Where did that come from? It isn't, it has been previously in all of the flag raising ones. Oh, okay. So, and I think it was probably, I think it was probably something from the previous city attorney of, because it becomes a slippery slope sometimes if you know, if you allow one, you allow them all kind of thing. So that is my guess of why they had that in there previously. I think I got it all. Yeah, it is. Thank you so much.
Yeah, not too bad tonight. Yeah. When you guys say you're going back to closed session, like, oh.
I know. That's here. Only one more. I know. I was like, well, we can assume they made it through Glenn's and Dave's contract. And Casey left, and we made it through labor negotiation. So what do we got left?
And then not that, you know, chief one's gonna be there, right? No, it's just the concept. Yeah, because we could fix him, if he's not available, we can go down a list and get somebody who's competent that could do it, step in and do it, and not have to worry about scheduling an attorney or anything. Well, really, the consensus is we like the idea